am I a fish, wet and uselessness, flopping on the land, eyeballs full of sand, useless little me, king about the sea.
The old house stood near the water. Mermaid seat stone would sing for hours. Mermaid seat song wakes my baby. Must get rid of and break to pieces that infernal seat stone. Mermaid with the sweet song. Mermaid found her stone seat gone. Then she stopped and saw red. Mermaid soft and sweet no longer. Oh, what she did to him. Oh, what she did to me, her mother. The old house fell by the water. Mermaid seat stone still sings for hours, combing yellow long hair.
Long ago in Norway there lived a lady who had 3 daughters. Now they were all pretty, and one night they fell a-talkin' of whom they meant to marry. And the eldest said, I will have no one lower than an earl. And the second said, I will have none lower than a lord. But the third, the prettiest and the merriest, tossed her head and said with a twinkle in her eye, Why so proud? As for me, I would be content with the Black Bull of Norroway. All that the other sisters bade her be silent, and not talk lightly of such a monster. For, see you, it is not written. To wilder measures now they turn, the Black Bull of Norroway. Sudden the tapers cease to burn, the minstrels cease to play. So no doubt the Black Bull of Norroway was held to be a horrid monster. But the youngest daughter would have her laugh. So she said 3 times that she would be content with the Black Bull of Norroway, and, well, it so happened that the very next morning a coach and 6 came swinging along the road, and in it sat an earl who had come to ask the hand of the eldest daughter in marriage. So there were great rejoicings over the wedding, and the bride and bridegroom drove away in the coach and 6. And then the next thing that happened was that a coach and 4 with a lord in it came swinging along the road, and he wanted to marry the second daughter. So they were wed, and there were great rejoicings, and the bride and bridegroom drove away in the coach and four. Now after this there was only the youngest, the prettiest, and the merriest of all the sisters left, and she became the apple of her mother's eye. So you may imagine how the mother felt when one morning a terrible bellowing was heard at the door, and there was a great big black bull waiting for his bride. She wept and she wailed, and at the first girl ran away and hid herself in the cellar for fear, but there the bull stood waiting, and at last the girl came up and said, "I promised you I would be content with the black bull of Norway, and I must keep my word. Farewell, mother, you will not see me again." Then she mounted on the black bull's back, and it walked away with her quite quietly, and ever it chose the smoothest paths and easiest roads, as a rhyme, so that at last the girl grew less afraid. But she became very hungry and was nigh to faint, when the black bull said to her, in quite a soft voice that wasn't a bellow at all, "Eat out of my left ear, drink out of my right, and set by what you leave to serve the morrow's night." So she did as she was bid, and lo and behold, the ear was full of delicious things to eat, and the night was full of the most delicious drinks, and there was plenty left over for several days. Thus they journeyed on, and they journeyed on, through many dreadful forests and many lonely wastes, and the black bull never paused for bite or sup, but ever the girl he carried out ate out of his left ear, and drank out of his right, and set by what she left to serve the morrow's night, and she slept soft and warm on his broad back. Now at last they reached a noble castle, where a large company of lords and ladies were assembled, and greatly the company wondered at the sight of these strange companions. And they invited the girl to supper, but the black bull they turned in the field, and left to spend the night after his kind. But when the next morning came, there he was, ready for his burden again. Now, though the girl was loath to leave her pleasant companions, she remembered her promise, and mounted on his back, so they journeyed on, and journeyed on, and journeyed on, through many tangled woods and over many high mountains. And ever the black bull chose the smoothest paths for her, and set aside the briars and brambles, while she ate out of his left ear, and drank out of his right. So at last they came to a magnificent mansion, where dukes and duchesses and earls and countesses were enjoying themselves. Now the company, though much surprised at the strange companions, asked the girl in to supper, and the black bull they would have turned into the park for the night, but that the girl, remembering how well he had cared for her, asked them to put him into the stable and give him a good feed. So this was done, and the next morning he was waiting before the hall door for his burden, and she, though somewhat loath at leaving the fine company, mounted him cheerfully enough, and they rode away, and they rode away, and they rode away, through thick briar brakes and up fearsome cliffs. But ever the black bull trod the brambles underfoot and chose the easiest paths, while she ate out of his left ear and drank out of his right, and wanted for nothing, though he had neither bite nor sup. So it came to a pass that he grew tired and was limping on one foot, when, just as the sun was setting, they came to a beautiful place where princes and princesses were disporting themselves with ball on the green grass. Now, though the company greatly wondered at the strange companions, they asked the girl to join them, and ordered the grooms and led away the black bull to a field. But she, remembering all he had done for her, said, "Not so, he will stay with me." Then seeing a large thorn in the foot with which he had been limping, she stood down and pulled it out. And lo, and behold, in an instant, to everyone's surprise, there appeared not a frightful monstrous bull, but one of the most beautiful princes ever beheld, who fell at his deliverer's feet, thanking her for having broken his cruel enchantment. A wicked witch woman who wanted to marry him had, he said, spelled him until a beautiful maiden of her own free will should do him a favor. "But," he said, "the danger is not all over. You have broken the enchantment by night, that by day has yet to be overcome." So the next morning the prince had to resume the form of a bull, and they set out together, and they rode, and they rode, and they rode, till they came to a dark and ugsome glen. And here he bade her dismount and sit on a great rock. "Here you must stay," he said, "while I go yonder and fight the old one. And mind, move neither hand nor foot whilst I am away, else I shall never find you again. If everything around you turns blue, I shall have beaten the old one, but if everything turns red, he will have conquered me." And with that, and a tremendous roaring bellow, he set off to find his foe. Well, she sate as still as a mouse, moving neither hand nor foot, nor even her eyes, and waited, and waited, and waited. And then at last everything turned blue. But she was so overcome with joy to think that her lover was victorious that she forgot to keep still, and lifting one of her feet, crossed it over the other. And so she waited, and waited, and waited. Long she sate, and aye she wearied, and all the time he was seeking for her, but he never found her. And at last she rose and went she knew not whither, determined to seek for her lover through the whole wide world. So she journeyed on, and she journeyed on, and she journeyed on, until one day in a dark wood she came to a little hut where lived an old, old woman who gave her food and shelter, and bid her Godspeed on her errand, giving her 3 nuts, a walnut, a filbert, and a hazelnut, with these words: "When your heart is like to break, and once again it's like to break, crack a nut, and in its shell that will be that suits you well." After this she felt heartened up, and wandered on till her road was blocked by great hills of glass, and though she tried at once to climb it, she could not, for she slipped back, and slipped back, and slipped back, for it was like ice. Then she sought a passage elsewhere, and round and about a foot of the hill she went sobbing and wailing, but never a foothold she could find. And at last she came to a smithy, and the smith promised her, if she would serve him faithfully for 7 years and 7 days, that he would make her iron shoon wherewith to climb the hill of glass. So for 7 long years and 7 short days she toiled, and span, and wept, and washed in the smith's house. And for wage he gave her a pair of iron shoon, and with them she clomb the glassy hill and went on her way. Now she had not gone far before a company of fine lords and ladies rode past her, talking of all the grand doings that were to be done at the Duke of Norroway's wedding. And then she passed a number of people carrying all sorts of good things for which they told her were for the Duke's wedding. And at last she came to a palace castle where the courtyards were full of cooks and bakers, some running this way, some running that, and all so busy they did not know what to do first. Then she heard the horns of hunters and cries of "Room, room for the Duke of Norroway and his bride!" And who should ride past but the beautiful prince she had but half unspelled, and by his side was the witch woman who was determined to marry him that very day. Well, at the sight she felt her heart was indeed like to break, and over again was like to break, so that the time had come for her to crack one of the nuts. So she broke the walnut, as it was the biggest, and out of it came a wonderful wee woman carding wool as fast as ever she could card. And now when the witch woman saw this wonderful thing, she offered the girl her choice of anything in the castle for it. "If you will put off your wedding with the Duke for a day, and let me watch in his room tonight," said the girl, "you shall have it." Now, like all witch women, the bride wanted everything her own way, and so she was sure she had her groom safe, that she consented. But before the Duke went to rest she gave him, with her own hands, a posset so made that anyone who drank it would sleep till morning. Thus, though the girl was allowed alone into the Duke's chamber, and though she spent the livelong night sighing and singing, "Far have I sought for thee, long have I wrought for thee, near am I brought to thee, dear Duke of Norroway, wilt thou say naught to me?" the Duke never waked, but slept on. So when day came, the girl had to leave him without his ever knowing she had been there. And once again her heart was like to break, and over again like to break, and she cracked the filbert nut, because it was the next biggest, and out of it came a wonderful wee woman, spinning away as fast as ever she could spin. Now when the witch bride saw this wonderful thing, she once again put off her wedding ring so that she might possess it. And once again the girl spent the livelong night in the Duke's chamber, sighing and singing, "Far have I ever sought for thee, long have I wrought for thee, near am I brought to thee, dear Duke of Norroway, will thou say naught to me?" But the Duke, who had drunk the sleeping draught from the hands of his witch bride, never stirred, and when dawn came the girl had to leave him without his ever knowing she had been there. Then indeed the girl's heart was like to break, and over again like to break. So she cracked the last nut, the hazelnut, and out of it came the most wonderful weeest woman, reeling away at yarn as fast as she could reel. And this marvel so delighted the witch bride that once again she consented to put off her wedding for a day and allow the girl to watch in the Duke's chamber the night through, in order to possess it. Now it so happened that when the Duke was dressing that morning, he heard his pages talking amongst themselves of the strange sighing and singing they heard in the night, and he said to his faithful old valet, "What do the pages mean?" And the old valet, who hated the witch bride, said, "If the master will take no sleeping draught tonight, mayhap he may also hear, for what 2 nights has kept me awake." At this the Duke marveled greatly, and when the witch bride brought him his evening posset, he made excuse it was not sweet enough, and while she went away to get honey to sweeten it withal, he poured away the posset and made believe he had swallowed it. So that night, when dark had come, the girl stole into his chamber with a heavy heart, thinking it would be the very last time she would ever see him. The Duke was really broad awake, and when she sate down by his bedside and began to sing, "Far have I sought for thee," he knew her voice at once, and clasped her in his arms. Then he told her how he had been in the power of the witch-woman and had forgotten everything, but now that he had remembered all and that the spell was broken forever and aye. So the wedding feast served for their marriage, since the witch-bride, seeing her power was gone, quickly fled the country and was never heard of again. Yeah. Judero. So this is going to be my 3rd play session. It was tough to resist the temptation to play this through over the past week. I have been enjoying this in a way I have not enjoyed a video game in a good long while. As I recall from the last section, we had an extremely silly boss battle where I was giggling and grinning from ear to ear through a comedy boss that was a Zelda-style snake coil boss opponent, except depicted as a marching band of weird, cute little French fish people. I almost said French people, but they're fish people, not French people. It's different. The game's also taking a little while. There we go. Had me worried for a little while, but it's fine. Everything's fine. We had a silly, wonderful little boss battle against a marching band parade of cute little fish people. Then the game opened up to a open world sea exploration sailing segment with a little bit of a side quest on your way there where you got to get a little bit of an update about what's going on with the Navi character. One of the first things I did that I think is a very good sign that we are playing good adventure game here is that this little map that we get to look at has several islands on it that are not marked. The biggest of them all is not marked. And that was the first one I head to. There was no cutscene or story text directing me there, but just seeing a big-ass island on a map of a game that just, of an adventure game no less, that just widely opened up in a way bigger way than the first 6 hours of this game had been given me. I couldn't resist the temptation. The call for adventure in this sailing segment for this part of the game has been remarkably powerful. Very good Wind Waker vibes here as I wander onto a weird little island that's not even marked off the map with some weird kind of monster creatures who I'm not feeling particularly threatened by. I'm just so, like, pleasantly... My curiosity is just so pleasantly piqued by the weirdness combined with the competency. Very deliberate, conscientious weirdness, but being filtered through storied resume of already existing projects that prove that these shoestring aesthetics are not done as an amateur project. So the camera angle that I was looking at here teased this little segment of stuff away to the point where I didn't even see the next weird thing I want to think about until I hadn't even finished my previous thought. The pacing is phenomenal. Every few seconds there's something weird. What is this? The shading on it looks great. The artistry looks great. But it looks so weird that there's... Do I hit it? There we go. No real way for my brain's mental dialogue to, like, give it a name that would fit with the world lore building or something. I'm just like... When I'm not speaking out loud, my brain is in a wonderfully pleasant, serotonin-filled place where the internal dialogue is all about asking very interesting questions about what I'm looking at and how I should be interpreting it. I wonder if I was supposed to lure him in here. Maybe not. Yeah, flower. I think it's a flower. I thought it was a mushroom. Some weird organic plant-like growth that just fits a number of different descriptions. But look at how, like, the shading on it is done. It has a really very well-developed sense of texture that is, complementing the depth of field effects beautifully so that you can quite... Oh, I bet I use, some Zelda puzzle for this thing down here. Okay, so I forgot about this enemy possession ability, which I just read an interview where the game developer compares it to Curry's... to Furby's, enemy ability absorption powers. You have a dash. You have a very, very, very generous sprint. I haven't really been getting any crashes. There's even a nice slappy kinesthetic feel to the combat. There are shmup patterns that bosses shoot at you. This is artsy-fartsy indie gaming, but not done at a pro-amateur level. I need to refill my mana to be able to possess the spitting haggis. I'm trying to see if there's some sort of interaction going on with this that I might have missed. I don't know. I got magic power for it though. Yay! Wait, maybe I use one of the special abilities that Judero learned from pole dancing school? The portrait on the sign looks kind of like a gas mask, but I don't think I'm seeing the same visuals on any of the other monsters here who might be potential puzzle pieces. Just gotta make sure that these guys don't kill each other until the time is right. I have to use one of them for a... No, don't get hurt, my friend. You're my important Zelda puzzle piece, buddy. Eogard says, honestly, Judero is one of those games that looks bad on purpose in a way that I think is actually incredibly skillful and sincere, and I'm glad it exists. I think the idea is more, shoestring budget. Not necessarily look bad on purpose, so much as stick to a shoestring budget on purpose. After a few hours of this, your brain starts to gradually reinterpret everything you're seeing, partially because an actual sense of 3D perspective is happening. Like, you saw how I was able to roll those things down a hill. There's like a weird sense of coherent placement and depth to the spriting that you don't see in worse off actually amateur projects. Okay, how am I gonna refill my magic enough to get ahead, though? I don't want to risk doing anything differently than what I hadn't done before to refill my magic at this, oh, wait, I can just rest at the thing. Yeah! Okay, but yeah, I was thinking of the Cruelty Squad comparison earlier with regards to how it takes an hour or two for your brain to really comprehend what you're looking at with your eyeballs. But Cruelty Squad did seem like it was deliberately supposed to look ugly. Like, Cruelty Squad's artistic philosophy was to, break all the art school rules. Systematically, one at a time, going down the list of rules as explained in a textbook from art school. And here, I cannot, like, look at something like what happens when you take a rest at these little bonfire stones. How the lighting changes, you get a beautiful little panoramic view, the camera gets a little lower to reveal what you can't normally see with your usual gameplay angle, that, have me feeling like ugliness was not a conscious decision. Grotesquerie, perhaps, but not necessarily ugliness. Cruelty Squad seems like it is evoking the aesthetics of an amateur, deep-fried internet meme in a way that Judero is certainly not. Yeah, like, everything you're seeing on the screen here, it's so dense with, high detailed visual elements that I cannot imagine a teenager doing this for free at all. The aesthetics blur that kind of line in a way that demonstrates professionalism and mastery. Can I dash across this gap? No. Oh, I had to lure it close to the fence so it could poke its eyes through. Or poke its head through and get possessed. What is this?
I found a child under the pines. Wrapped in fine embroidered cloth was she. Come hither, Aidan. Come hither, Osric. I called to my fellow cowherds.
A daughter of some queen you've found,
Said wise old Aidan, admiring her silk mantle.
a child of 9 months is a burden to us.
Said Osric. Yet he fawned over her loveliness.
Look at how good this looks! Judero's silly little action figure has lighting and depth. It kind of looks like he shaded in some extra musculature there. The camera angle that the screen is hitting implies a real huge game world that we may never really get to explore, but there are like other islands in the background. The screen is covered in a particle effect of some kind, this rain going on everywhere. There is a aesthetically soothing palette here. Green, khaki, baby blue, and sky blue.
I will build her a home deep in the forest that her highborn ilk shall never find her. She will be my luck child. I will bring her berries.
The writing is hilarious and also dense. The interviews have also shed some good light on that as well. The lead dev does not like high word counts, so he likes to compress things. That fits super duper well with a 2020s Dark Souls influenced interpretations of Zelda likes, where you're trying to read between the lines of stuff like this to see if they reference some bosses and encounters you've had, because that keeps happening. That's like another really, really good staple of some of the best Zelda Souls combat adventure storytelling games, is that all the cryptic little weird things people tell you have actual meaning and purpose behind them.
Can she be my luck child too, Teague? Asked Osric. I shall spear for her salmon. Wise old Aidan then asked.
Shall bring her berries.
And be she mine luck child, so that I may tell her tales of the Straits of Moyle?
Also, are you guys hearing the repetition going on? How,
Aidan told her of Bridget, as she would count the stars at night to make sure that even the littlest among them had not got lost.
the stories that I've been reading from the developer's recommended reading list, have a, affection for repeating things in a lethargic bedtime story style hypnotic loop. And the characters in the game are doing that too when they're telling their stories.
Osric taught her how to hunt and whittle and shoot with a bow of yew, and I brought her berries. My wits are dim, see, yet my gift is caring. When she was 26, a white hound with a collar of amulets came our way. "Keep away from it," I shrieked. Despite her every will, the hound kept to her ankles, and, as I feared, a high-born lord with his huntsman approached. "This is not a daughter of yours," he claimed. "It is she the druids foretold." "I am not. I am the luck child of Teague, Osric, and Aidan," cried the luck child. "Oh, luck child, I am the first lord of the marches, and I ask for your hand in marriage." The luck child held my hand and said, "I am a child of the Celts, the hidden people. I will not go with you without Teague, Osric, and Aidan beside me. And for my hand you will give Teague a robe of embroidered silk. You will let Osric fight with your warriors in battle, and you will let wise old Aidan sit beside the poet who wrote Bridget's song." "Of course," said the First Lord of the Marches. "Although you are obviously a fool, Teague, you saved the luck child by building her a home, therefore making the druid's prophecy come true." There was feasting and gaiety the day they made oaths to each other, and the sun came an hour earlier in the morn, and left an hour later in the eve for the sake of gladness. I, Teague, fool
An
and
instigator of prophecy.
I, Teague, fool and instigator of prophecy.
Oh man. Oh man. Oh man. What a cute little item with a couple cute little island with a couple cute little simple puzzles, and then a cute little guy at the top who has some heartbreaking story to tell you. This is all probably completely missable, by the way. Was not marked on the map. Yeah, so we got some chat about the action figure aesthetics and the paper mache backgrounds, and how this is all seeming to evoke a very, like, childlike vision, childish interpretation, a toyetic view. I think that's very, very important and brilliant and wonderful. I think that is actually, when trying to decode what my brain has started to do after a few hours of this, when the image no longer looks ugly, it looks beautiful, and the weirdness is no longer shocking, it's expected and normal. The thing that's going through my brain is... Hang on a second, we gotta talk to our talking monkey friend who's gonna give us advice.
Life on the ocean wave, home on the rolling deep, eh, Judero? Nothing like it.
Yeah. I think there's a very artistically powerful statement to be made there about how the entertainments that have captivated humans for so many millennia can all be pulled off on shoestring aesthetics, on a shoestring budget. I feel like the action figure and paper mache miniature aesthetics of it are very effectively evoking the simplistic, minimalistic production values necessary for classical mythical storytelling, and how I'm not going to go to the Isle of the Death just yet. I'm going to go to Crab Island. Apparently to the north of us, there is an unnamed island that is marked on the map. It looks like a crab, and I wonder if there's going to be a fun, silly little crab adventure that we're going to go on here. It's like that first day of playing Breath of the Wild before you've seen the repetition kick in. Okay, yes, we do have an island here. It does not look quite the same shade of white that we got on the map, but it's here, like the map said it would be. So if you've been upset about the latest Zelda games kind of feeling like they might have been designed by AI to encourage a high play count, a high, long, lengthy play count of encounters that seem very mechanically designed instead of hand designed. That's, I think, what I want to... the terminology I'm trying to dig at here. If you missed the hand-placed, hand-designed feeling of old Zelda games that had some kind of interesting little narrative nugget to chew on inside of so many corners of the map, this is doing it in a way that the big industry can't keep up with anymore. Oh no! These are gonna generate the wee beasties. I just remember that they're actually called wee beasties. Oh, a hidden thing! What is this? A chest! I think one of the things I might be trying to get to here is that a lot of the times after like day 3 and onwards of Breath of the Wild, I no longer felt joy from finding whatever was at the bottom of the optional dungeon or the optional island or whatever. The combat that you'd have would stick to a very basic, reliable template. The kinds of treasures you'd get would never feel particularly meaningful. But one thing that was especially heartbreaking to me was that there was not even a narrative nugget to chew on. I really seem to need some kind of narrative nugget to chew on, or else. Or else it won't necessarily feel like a struggling exercise in exploration. There's a severe lack of weird little guys in the New Zeldas, and a delightful overabundance of weird little guys in Judero. The whole entire planet of Judero is populated by weird little guys. As it should be. That's the way the real life planet works, right? Everyone's secretly a weird little guy, they just don't want the rest of everyone to find out. Do the wee beasties have little ass cheeks? So I think I need to get one of them mind controlled and going down the center lane here. And I'm vulnerable to getting hit while I'm mind controlling it, so I'm gonna clear the crowd a little bit. Yeah, and then put a sharp piece of geometry between me. Did I make it? Am I good? Yeah. Yeah. Okay, so what I got here was a bestiary page. I need to figure out how I can... what subway stop I need to go to get a connection back home to the town with the bestiary house in it. Okay, what's next on our map? We went to Crab Island. That was Spider Island, that's what that was. So northeast of us is Spiral Island. Southwest, we were on, the island of the anchorite. They're called anchorites. The weird little guys who are anchored to little spots who tell you elaborately complicated stories are called anchorites. Because they're anchored there. They don't move, and the game developer thought that was funny! We got a ways to go for this one. Oh, we also have a telescope here. Yeah. Whoa, damage numbers just popped up there. I'm seeing islands disappear before my very eyes because of draw distance. Some kind of interesting 1, 2, 3, 4 dot pattern to the straight north. That's piquing my curiosity more than the mysterious unnamed island on the map. There was something there. Those weird 4 blurry dots in line are barrels? What else can we piece together here from their placement? They're barrels. I remember this from Wind Waker. I think the idea, the pattern I might be seeing is a sort of connect the dots pattern to the next weird little adventure island. Oh, and I guess it might also be a product of the camera angle too. When you're overhead, you can connect the dots with barrels. Okay, this must be Swirl Island. Yeah. Is it a conch shell or something? What kind of swirls shall we find here on Swirl Island? Oh, camera's going nuts. There's a treasure chest floating in the air at the top center where the peak of the spiral of Spiral Island here would be. Is there anything interesting in the water? No. There could be a invisible path in the air. There was a translucent path in the air in the previous area. Another bestiary page. I'm gonna have 3 of them to read through when I get back to town, and I'm gonna have to hope that I don't forget what I've been told by weird little guys on the way there. Nice shortcut back to the boat. Okay, Island of Death is flashing at me like it's urgent. I'll go there after 2 more islands. I'm going to Anchor Island to the southeast first, and then there's another unmarked island that I'll stop at on the way to Island of the Death. Oh, that was spooky. Ah! Hello. Is it just spooking me? True open world design. That marker is flashing at me urgently. Time to ignore it. What is more the essence of true open world game design than seeing a flashing marker and ignoring it, to instead look at the spooky, unscripted sea monster who just swims up to your boat, says hi, and then swims away, in between occasional...
Life on the ocean wave.
Occasionally poignant commentary from your talking ape friend. Okay, is this Anchor Island? Yes. Oh no. I'm almost getting a feeling of bathtub toys from the design of the boat here. I mean, I can't imagine this ever being described as a realistic, normal boat. And some of the sounds that it makes when you're... I'm not triggering this time, but sometimes when you get on and off of the boat, a very... not very oceanic noise of a water faucet trickling will come into your ears. Can I just walk past this one? I can, but they're hiding something inside of it. Judero's desperate. Yeah, Judero was desperate for that dollar. Oh, I think I remember needing to add heat to this to harden it up to walk across. So what is that supposed to be? Is it quicksand? Is it peat? So let's set ourselves on fire and then sprint as fast as we can over the fire deactivated quicksand. The bestiary? Yep. I'm on the bestiary islands here. That's what these are shaping out to be. Maybe I should have saved the hearts for after taking this next damage. Wait, is there actually anything in here? Are they gonna get me to run in for nothing? Yeah, it's a joke. There's some Oh, I'm alive. No, there we go. Humor in the level design as well. One more island to the southwest. There it is again. Wait, okay, this time... No, I'm distracted. I'm gonna actually try to interact with it. Get in a fight or something. Say hi. There's some kind of interesting side quest with the sea monster I can indulge in. It ran away. Yeah, it's gone. What was that? What was that? There was something to the east. Oh, just a barrel. Wait, what was that? There was something in the water. The east again. I keep getting distracted. Yeah, what are these guys? Oh! Okay. I remember one of the first things that happened to me was getting attacked by ordinary looking starfish and sea turtles. The herbivore and filter-feeding sea life in this game are apparently hostile predators. I think I did this island before, and this chest is gonna spawn monsters. Yeah, I don't need to do this again. I need to heal. Can I do that in the middle of the fight, actually? Ah! The hair fire is still floating up there in the air. See you later, fuckers. I'm out. Now we shall see why the Isle of the Death has been flashing furiously at me.
Life on the ocean.
Isle of Death! Is this gonna be the cheesy, spooky Nintendo 64 haunted house level?
Crow, 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 speaketh the crow. I'll take you down so to perdition. And on the way I'll peck out your tongue and leave you bereft of cognition.
We got candles. Oh no. Heidi. Crow, Pumpkin, and Heidi don't necessarily have the same glee for creative naming conventions as the others have. I still don't think I've fully cleared out what was to the left of the path here. Oh no!
This is the island of loss. What we had, we wouldn't give up. What we have now is nothing.
Ghosty woasty cheese on toasty.
Some of us remember, some of us. There is a way out should we shake off that which we cling to. But I have forgotten what it is that binds
The
me.
voice acting cling to was
This is the island. So there is a way out should we shake off that which we cling to.
cling to. Thought I heard some water droplets.
Mine was a pain so horrid that it became part of my body. A trauma which I could not accept or learn to understand. A love that died. I held that hand so tightly, scared to let it fall limp.
Tell me about them.
They were beautiful, every little part. I marveled. 1,000 years and I couldn't have taken it all in. Clever too, and bright. We shared so much. Echoes, but surprises, joyful surprises. Love without darkness nor scrutiny. When I was bad, for I can be drawn down those paths, my love looked at me in fearful disbelief and unknowing. That look was unbearable. My love, you had so much more to give. Without you, I was lost. I will never give you up, my love.
I'm relieved that the Isle of Death is not as grisly and bloody and gory and edgy as I was expecting. Because this game can get like that sometimes. I remember there being some real spooky terror before I started throwing the exploding baby around. What is this vase with the golden aura supposed to be for? There's a crow on the ground that's not a bad guy, but can't talk to it. Wind? Have a lot of bestiary pages to read when we're inside civilization again.
If I give up this pain, I fear that I will lose myself. If I give up my regrets and traumas, what will be left? I am a Sagittarius, and I can use that to excuse my temperament. What am I without that temperament? What am I but a collection of scars? Some miss love, some want to say goodbye, some seek futile revenge. Some hope to quell regrets. I'm scared of not feeling. If I give up this pain, some...
Also, so that I might pass over to the nowhere of not being. There was a time I knew what I had to do. Was it an apology? Was it a forgiving? Now I have not a clue what I ought to do. What a silly purgatory. I do remember being frustrated. I do. Three children refused the grave. They alone here in the kingdom of loss chose this purgatory. The little one, 6, went by mercury poisoning. He wouldn't do what he was told, and would do what he was told not to. Cracked the thermometer and drank the metal. The middle child went by strangulation, shaken, throttled for speaking out of turn. The eldest child witnessed the injustice and neglect. He saw his siblings thrown in the mass grave for the young that pass. He turned then to the rooks that babble and caw. They showed him how to bind his kin to this realm. Now they reside in the endless forest of loss, away from scrutinous eyes. Their will is that we speak no more. Now they reside. Across this brig of dread is the forest of loss. We are the spirit fetchers of 3 monarch that haunt there. If you wish to pass, you must find our urns and return them to our grave. The rooks and crows have scattered our urns. Find them. The rook
Where did I leave the first one? Are the crows just regular, ordinary crows that don't have any kind of supernatural magic powers or anything?
If I give up this pain, I feel suddenly. If I.
I like the look of this place. Very soothing color palette. I want that chest. There's a chest placed out of the way of the path, but right in the path of the camera, and I need it. They can't just tease me like that and expect me not to go searching. Wait, can I sail my ship over here? Is this a shortcut or a more confusing entrance? Oh no. Oh my goodness. Should maybe be looking for a save spot, I bet. I think there's still more bullshit ahead. Yeah, I gotta bring this thing back through all that damage, and I just have a sliver of health to do it with. Oh. I'm seeing some delayed reactions to the chat log about that death. It's fine. It'll be way easier the second time now that I know what's going on. We're still slowing him down. It also started disappearing way fast. Oh my gosh! One of the crows was carrying the barrel around on top of its head. I'm impressed that there's apparently a physics system going on here some way, somehow. I feel like I got really lucky with the crossing, but I will not question it from this point onward. The third time is the charm. God, those ghosts are so cute. Can I go away? That was scary. I'm in a completely different place. Where did all this ground behind me come from? Does it end? Am I gonna be walking off an edge or something soon if I keep going backwards? I'm looking for a save point before I begin the creepy spooky bosses. There's a lot of ground, too. Is there gonna be a chase scene or something up here? I guess the idea is that when going through the forest of skinny trees, he got teleported into a long, narrow pathway somewhere. Ringing noises coming in. Okay. We're getting sorrowed. Are we gonna have to walk past the ghosts of all the wee beasties we've killed? Oh, did I just deflect? Okay. Yeah! One of them's shooting fireballs, the other is shooting hands. And I remember the exposition ghosts telling me that one of them was killed by strangulation, the other by mercury poisoning.
There are demons.
Okay.
It is cold. It is heavy. Judero, I feel there's darkness.
Everyone knows who Judero is too. One of them was strangulation, the other one was mercury poisoning. The third one, I think, was kept a little more abstract. The description about what happened to that kid was a lot more poetic than the others. Oh my god, the camera just seamlessly pulled with no loading screens. A new view like 400 fathoms that way. Okay, so this was the unlimited Metal Gear Solid 3-esque style, unlimited never-ending ghost hallway. What is this? Is this just a shortcut bridge back to the boat? Yes, yes it is. However, I want to read some exposition text about the ghost kids.
Three children refused. The little one, 6, went by mercury poisoning. He wouldn't do what he was told. The middle child went by strangulation. The eldest child witnessed the injustice and neglect. He saw his siblings thrown in the mass grave for the young that pass. He turned then to the rooks that babble and caw. They showed him how to bind his kin to this realm. Now they reside in the endless forest of loss, away from scrutinous.
God. I just got goosebumps and tingles. Okay, so that was the gravesite of 3 kids. You see the ghosts later on as a boss battle. But it's like, now that I've talked to that guy again, I kind of want to re-talk or remember or skim through the footage of what the bosses said after beating them. This is something that happened on day 1 of Judero in a delightful way, where the bosses all have some kind of Witcher story or Witcher twist behind them. Where did I put my boat? Ah, there it is. I'm gonna consult the talking monkey friend and then go for a very quick bathroom break.
Life on the ocean
Nope, nothing
wave.
new from
Home
him.
on the rolling deep, eh, Judero? Nothing like it.
Hello. Hello. Key Island. Must be the new one that just popped up. But I don't know if I did the Island of the Beast. Did I? Sounds kind of familiar. I definitely remember Ghoultown. I think I did Ghoultown first. What is the immediate left of the Isle of the Death? We got a couple little unnamed islands somewhere to the left here. Aha! just crows. Wait. No? There's some kind of invisible layering going on. Am I trapped in an invisible maze? Okay, see, now I'm rising up in the air, away from the monster, but also away from the treasure. What a dastardly game designer. Put this invisible floor here right on top of where you want to go. Now, how do I get out? Oh, that was easy. I'm going to check the 2 unnamed islands next to Ghoultown Island. I'm also going to check Ghoultown for a fast travel bulletin board to go back to Bestiary Town.
Speed, bonny boat. Baffled our foes stand by the shore. Onward the sailors cry, like a bird on the wing. Follow they will nae dare. Speed, bonny boat, like a bird on the wing.
What are these weird things? Is there an explanation behind these? It's a picnic with a teddy bear and a grill. I guess when the game developer was thinking about what the picnic equipment would say, he couldn't decide. Either way, I still appreciate that. I feel like there was more humanity and interesting thoughts to think upon stumbling around a couple unique little props arranged on a hidden mystery nook of a Zelda game compared to a purely mechanically driven discovery. think I saw a ravenous, predatory seahorse ready to fuck me up. Yay, fast travel.
This is the town where all is lost. Some writhe, some find bodies and go. There is a way to the King of Beasts. Make peace with...
I want to refresh myself. What was going on here? I don't remember fighting a boss here. I wonder if it was required for me to...
I wanted to be the same as father. I bound my chest. It seemed to me only good. I would become his likeness and be granted the gifts of a man. He worked me harder than the other men. By nature's grace...
Feisty Gorse. The dead who left by their own hand, their souls twist and harden in contortions most unpleasant. They become gnarled forests of tortured hearts in hell, snap a branch, and a mouth appears in the break. I take it back, I did not want to make that move. Line my pawns up and start again, I beg. From the ground, these feisty gorse rise. They rise in ever pain, but in their sunflower eye lies a soul to free. Forest green with grief, splinters off a darkened wit who has a truer heart than I. The dead who left by their own hand. So, suicide victims? Snap a branch and a mouth appears in the break. So, a regretful suicide victim. I take it back, I did not want to make that move. So, regretful suicide victims turn into these things. What does the final quote mean? Forest green with grief, splinters off a darkened wit, who has truer heart than I. Is he saying that the rest of the plants in the forest are not suddenly changing their mind about big decisions? Bessie Dunlop of Lynn? Who was this? Bessie Dunlop was tortured and burned at the stake in 1576 for using a spirit helper called Thomas to heal and aid the people of the Glen. Thomas was such a stone spirit and guided Bessie to make a successful healing tinctures, ales, and balms. Bessie, because of her spirit helper, was able to clearly understand the world that happens alongside ours, although she refused its practices. What monster is this referring to, though? From what island? There was Spiral Island. And then, triple-tiered Zelda Puzzle Island with the guy who told a sad story. Maybe there's a thematic relation to the Feisty Gorse entry. Bessie Dunlop, where would I have gotten this card? Ape. Boobry? The crows? malevolent shapeshifters able to take the form of a great many creatures such as ravens, rooks, crows, choughs, or even large blackbirds. Ghosts have left the human plane, but not left the plane of human meaning. There are 7 aspects of being: presence, context, essence, self, human consciousness, time, and physicality. There was no being in the Jurassic Age. There is no being in ghosts, as they are devoid of time, physicality, and context. What keeps a ghost in this stuckness? An inability to fully let go of being. Jack-o'-lantern! Oh, there they are. I saw these children one night in a forest in Galloway. Sometimes the moon's silver light causes a not entirely unpleasant unease in my gut. There were historical records of heaps of dead children washed up in cesspools. Child mortality was a given. I don't think I really saw dead children, merely a conscious hallucination, a manifestation in the mind of a thought so troubling. Wow. Galloway? Galloway is a region in southwestern Scotland, comprising the historic counties of Wingtownshire and Kirkcudbrightshire. Was there some kind of horrible history that happened here? Well, I got my thirst for lore sated exceptionally.
Some moments are infinite. The most passionate sunsets become drowsy. Sometimes love does return. I will remember everything. I chose this life before I was born. That...
Let me reread that ghoul description. Okay. So these are like Frankenstein vessels that guys who were into reincarnation turned themselves
I watched
into.
my child dreaming. Her little eyes moved swiftly and lightly under closed lids. Her mouth made a half smile which wakefulness took when I kissed her sleeping cheek. Her beautiful grey eye. I picked her up and said, I've got a sunrise for you, and the window we made. Let go, little stars. Let Bridget lead you. Let go.
Judero. Judero. Judero.
Judero. Judero.
Huh. So they're speaking from the perspective of someone who's been to death before. Oh, is this what I missed about the ghoul town? I felt like there was something going on here I wasn't fully keen on.
Something about how the painting is not its paint, that the soul is not its body. This thing of living is not the carbon fibers alone, but then turn it on its head and say that the paint is the miracle, the carbon is the magic, and something more beyond that still. There is no self for which an artist would exchange his homelessness. That is why the cuckoo cuckoos that she has no nest. As I paint this piece, I think of how it might have been if I were younger. How will it be when I'm older? As I am sexual, I am feminine, I'm cautious. This wasn't always me.
Are they supposed to have an easel or a canvas or something?
Judero? 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 Judero?
I want to take another look at him. I think I remember this one having a really cool sprite. Yeah, his animation might get fun. I saw it move for just a few frames on the way out, thinking there might be something more. I don't know if there's anything more. Okay. Maybe there was no boss at Ghoul Town after all, and I already had seen everything there was. Let's see.
Judero, is that you?
Shopkeeper's
Judero,
face.
can I help you with anything?
What is he looks like his hair is made out of Kraft shredded cheese. Oh, he's terrifying. I don't think I bought anything out of a town at this stony seaside southernness town. Or bought anything from a shop.
ever snugged yourself in the mirror? Aye, what? Me neither. Hypothetically, would you know anyone who would kill my wife? Hypothetically, why is there badness in this world?
To thicken the plot.
Why is there badness in this world?
To thicken the plot.
Judero.
There was a shop at Ghoultown. And right now I'm just double checking houses to see if there's a shop in here that I missed. I don't know if you've noticed by now or not, but most of these individual houses have their own music tracks too. Like every house is a different music
The
track.
Fomorians lost, we won. Why won't they just accept that? As endless as... What is it that they want? They were once gods, but the gods still. They used to rule the world under us. They used to walk on the other side, the inner side of the surface. Now they barely rule the seas. They march onto our sands and die. Maybe it is all they can do. They used to be beautiful, and we would lie with them. That was generations ago now. What will we lose when they're all gone? What will the Fomorian story be? Dead fishmen, a race lost, a tragedy, a comedy, a horror story. Dead fishmen.
God, how do we get rid of our mistakes? How do we get rid of our mistakes?
I'm having fun checking over earlier areas to see if I missed anything or if some
Thank you,
new
Judero. We can finally breathe.
dialogue is triggered.
Thank you, Judero. We can finally breathe.
Kill me, come on.
He's still at it. Yeah, the end of a boss arena. Oh, a treasure chest. There's the end of a boss arena somewhere around here, and earlier it forced me into a new area, but now maybe there'll be some neat, interesting little Easter egg. No shop, though. Do I go to Key Isle or the Isle of the Beast first? I feel like I did the Isle of the Beast. Hey, there he is. I almost booped into him, but there was so much inertia I couldn't change the direction of my boat when it was close. Maybe it is just for scenery. Okay. Isle of the Forest Goddess. I definitely remember a boss there. This like Adam and Eve naked action figure couple. The Isle of the Beast. Not flashing at me, and I feel like I have some kind of memories of that. I'm just gonna scrub through the footage from last week. I tried Googling it, and there is no talk about this game. And whatever the Isle of the Beast could be, I will have to sail over and find it myself. I cannot just look this up on a internet strategy guide. I spent a lot of time last week trying to sail into the Mermaid's Isle. We're gonna go past the Key Isle. I don't know, I'm not seeing any Island of the Beast footage in my video file from last week. How intriguing. Wait, is it not here? Oh, it's just very, very small. It's a lot smaller in person than it is on the map. There's monsters or statues?
Our king is upset. Behind these walls he hides. He directed us to kill any visitors to this Isle of Beasts, but we have grown tired of his demands. We just want to sing our praises and let our voices ring an ode to the living nature. Our king is upset. I want to sing of mercy for the tortured souls in hell. I want to... When was the last time you sang with someone? Has your voice been still? When did you last sing to people? Less and less and less do we sing. Our song is the rejoicing of our combined magic. We sing to our children if we are comfortable with love. But are we not all each other's children? Should our king yield, then we can sing again. Should I want to sing for our children in the dance of light and love. I want to sing for our children in the dance of light and love.
Island looks like a cracked egg. There's some kind of interior I can clip the camera into. Let's try slapping. Slaps, they do nothing. the Mermaid Island, I'm guessing that one will make more sense later and get unlocked later on. Which would seemingly leave the next most logical destination to the Key Island. Lower left. So, what point in the story are we in? I'm wondering how relevant of a question it really is. So at the very beginning, we are walking into a village with our little rabbit Navi fairy friend named Mag. The villager immediately asks for help killing monsters. Further in the village, they immediately ask for help defeating bosses. Mag leaves because she considers it the end of the tutorial. You notice that the bosses are sympathetic portrayals of villagers gone astray. Oh no. Oh, we got a crash.
Life on the ocean wave. Homo.
I was a little nervous there, but we didn't crash. So, okay, the villagers were getting turned into Dark Souls bosses, and when you go to the third villager turned Dark Souls boss, there's a shocking comedy revelation where it turns out she's not a boss, she's fine. She sends you on a hero quest to go to the Glass Mountain to try to rid the lands of the malevolent influence that's turning people into Dark Souls monsters and spawning monsters, but in true epic adventure action game fashion, that the semblance of a main quest. Do I kill it inside the circle now? The main quest has been ignored. The concept of there being a main quest has been parodied. Oh! I possess them and just walk them into the circle. What? Okay. No. So I need to do this with that other monster. Yeah, there's a bonus stage. There's bonus stages in Judero. This is some Donkey Kong country shit. The dream of the 90s is alive in Judero. Judero's VR mission training. So, what is the point of money if I've bought all of the pole dancing lessons Judero's ever gonna learn? Boots of iron toe, 141 pounds of flat, germ hole, Robert's and R's electric guitar. Loading times seem like they are getting up there. Skepticism towards keto diets. So, unlocking that bonus stage seems like it was required for progression. I'm wondering how many of those I might have missed already. Different noise? I found a mystical device. That narrows it down. You can call the fire sprite, just press Q. Okay. Oh, is that what the mystical device is for? It summons fire sprites, or is it just the most recently possessed enemy? Also, there was no intro about how the talking monkey friend is gonna be our tutorial buddy from here on out, who will tell us new controls. Did I miss a turn back there? This looks like quite an awfully long hallway. I don't want to be committing myself to any important misses. Oops. And I think this is connecting me back to my previous long hallway, yep. Hey, this might be a hidden path. Nope. Time limit or something? I wonder if I'll pop up inside the egg of the beast or something. The runes on the wall here giving me similar vibes.
Is deep, and perception of this depth is our woe and torment. Do I dream to be a shrew, undeserving of a soul? Do I dream to be unborn? Yet the soul permits such wild imaginings, beauty beyond compare. Crisp, morn rose, nor soft duckling down compare with the wonders of the soul. Yet there is never a rose without a thorn, and there's ne'er fire that doth not burn and yearn to dance without restraint. Come, let me relieve your soul from its thorns.
I'm not doing damage against it. I'm not seeing its health bar deplete. Wow. Oh, it's trying to show me something. Or something. think this actually is the egg. I saw water and an egg-like shape on the other end of the wall that the camera was clipping through. Okay, I have to possess a wee beastie and crawl inside its mouth. And make him choke or something? Music slows down while we're inside. Oh, something's spewing ahead. When you take a lot of damage, it's awfully easy for it to snowball really fast without a whole lot of, freeze framing, recovery framing, what do you want to call it? Going on where you're invincible for a split second after taking a hit. Okay, let me pay attention this time. Where's the light coming from? Wow, okay. Oh. I'm Mag now. There is ammo. I have to be a lot more conservative than I have been. I just completely forgot, or did not notice. Oh, that looks like it's gonna get way more complicated later on.
Goodbye, Judero. Goodbye.
O heart, go here, how thin and clear, and thinner, clearer, farther going. O sweet and far from cliff and scar, the horns of Elfland faintly blowing. Blow, let us hear the purple glens replying. Blow, bugles, answer echoes, dying, dying, dying. O love, they die in yon rich sky. They faint on hill or field or river. Her echoes roll from soul to soul and grow forever and forever. Blow, bugle, blow, set the wild echoes flying, and answer echoes, answer, dying, dying, dying.
But what about Mag, though? I want to see what'll happen to Mag. I didn't get Mag killed, did I? Can I reload the save? I don't think I want to reload the save. I think I'm committed to the hairy fairyland. The eerie fairyland. The trees in this place look disgusting. Like matted up hair or carpet fibers. Hello, mystical sea creature Bobby Hill. Ask a learned man what of our existence, and he might say that we are a speck of dust perched upon a speck of dust in a cosmic infinite universe. If we look from collective or scientific standards at our life, it is completely meaningless and transient. But if we look within and at the stars, we come to realize that within this flicker of light in a black forever, we have a unique task to fulfill, which we generally experience as what we call the meaning of life.
Judero, greetings. Us gargoyles are here to help. We drain the water. We have structural benefits. But, even better than that, we ward off negative forces. You can possess me if you like. Animate these bricks and mortar, and plonk me where you see fit.
Oh God. This feels like a cruel game show. Okay, so gargoyle. That animation of the coins splashing down is hypnotic.
We live in meaning. Things mean things. To ignore this is to ignore the nature of our lot. We know there's a mechanism, the atoms, the currents, the pheromones, the pH levels. But we know these operations wear a layer of meaning. And so too does meaning wear upon it layers of meaning. The meaning becomes a mechanism. Tobacco rolled means cigar. Cigar means phallus. Phallus means male sexual awareness, and so on. 3 means the male altars of God. The absent feminine becomes meaningful. The moon is the female. 3 twinkling stars behind the moon. The well-imagined fiction story is a treasure trove of meaningful digging.
Well. Yep. Okay. Well. Yep.
What is the most blessed verb? Be or do, and the most cursed? Have. What is the most...
No. You got all the time in the world to pick, but whenever you have to panic, they only give you a few seconds to react. Yeah. They don't really look like trees at first glance at all. It's like Sonic 3. I don't know if I'm feeling this chapter of the game quite as much as the others. Makes sense if it is towards the end, I suppose. Oh, finally, a shop.
Is that you? Welcome. Thank you for your purchase.
Does the fireball follow me around now? Yes. So Judero is now a walking nucleus of time-based damage.
Judero. 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 Judero.
A cauldron that always
Judero.
refills. Stone that screams when one worthy to be king stands on it.
Judero.
Water, earth,
Judero.
air,
Judero.
fire. Okay. You guys hear talking? Laughing? Yeah. More strange sound effects encoded into the audio files. So we have multiple gates opening up out of a central hub area, and the guy's telling us we gotta unite the 4 elements or whatever. And I can walk through enemies. I don't even have to press the attack button anymore. There's something weird about this crow. It's not a normal crow. I wonder if I should be trying this much to take on this crow. possess it? Come on. Is my fireball making the path for me? I'm somehow thinking that might not be the way it's intended to be played. Okay, before I go out there again, let me check to see if there's a bestiary house in this town. I think we had a shop on our... No, that was not a shop. I think we had poetry on our left. Yeah, this was poetry, man. Sea monster Bobby Hill waxing poetically about the meaning of life is inside that house. What's inside this house? Jack. Philosophy or politics? I accidentally pressed a button there that I'm not getting a chance to try again.
Judero. 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 Judero.
I sure don't think I found the bestiary. Okay, so a fireball bridge is to the upper right. Then we also got lower left and upper left to deal with as well. Let's start with lower left. Oh, maybe I use the gargoyle statues that I can now summon down for something? Yeah, I was making that fire bridge lava thing way more complicated than it needed to be. I have a mystical device. The world is my oyster. The camera is moving my wee beastie automatically through this tunnel. And now I'm out of magic. There we go, got it back. So I'm under a time limit. Pretty soft one, I think. Oops, wrong button. Oh, it caught on fire because of my own fireball that keeps rotating around me. Whenever things nearby me just catch on fire unexpectedly from now on, I need to remember that I am being encircled by a fireball. at all times, so it is not to be unexpected. Eggs, please. There's an egg. Just gonna have to bite these guys to make it through in time? Yeah, I think so. Oh yeah, music through the whole game has been really good. Weirdly used, but after 30 years of playing game, that is something that benefits games instead of detriments. I sure couldn't complain about there being lyrics in the music for long, could I? Maybe lyrics being in the music will be good for replay value. The opening areas had music that I want to go back and take a stronger listen to. Am I still not going to make it? Maybe I should take a right here. Maybe there's a different starting spot. Yeah, maybe I can finish this off by going to the different branch on the upper left that I did not take. What is Mip doing in the corner there? so I don't think I was finished in the previous area where I was piloting the wee beastie through the tiny little wee beastie hole. Wait, will my magic refill if I stay in the magic circle? Oh my gosh, it's not going down! I was not under a time limit that whole time! Can I get it now? No. Hey Tango Wolf, yeah, this is a shame. Judero is great, Judero is excellent, Judero is the best video game I've played in a long time, but you've never heard of it, no one's ever gonna hear of it. Oh my gosh, Money, Ice Cream Beef, hit that like button if you enjoy guttural noise. Do it, subscribe to your favorite, what are your favorite? Quick Twitch chat, tell me right now, it's extremely urgent, the president's in danger. What are your favorite guttural noises? Like, comment, and subscribe. Comment about your favorite guttural noises. Engage me about our guttural noises. Oh no, are you kidding? I still can't even... There's only one more left. I think my favorite guttural noise is whatever Snake does when he's like intrigued or curious. When someone says something in a conversation and Snake replies with, ugh. That one. That's a good guttural noise. Okay, it has dropped on the ground. Surely I'm allowed to pick it up now. I got an A. So what element do you think that represented? Was it Earth? It was full of spider webs. We were controlling a little bug creature going through the ground. So now we're gonna go in the magic realm past all the wizards and apples to find out which elemental key we'll be unlocking at the end of this segment. Hey, Twitch chat, engage with your favorite Twitch streamer by telling them what kind of Pokemon would be weak to apple-based elementals. Oranges? I think it represents Scream. Oh, doctors, yeah. They would have a natural counterfactual energy to them, wouldn't they? Okay, my next element is right here behind the apple. Surely it can't be as simple as just eating it, considering how complicated the last one was. I don't want to say there was much fire or water going on in that one. Yeah, what is the apple element? What alchemical essence are apples particularly associated with? No, nah. I wonder if that's just an optional area, considering the big difficulty spike. Oh my god! Okay, we also gotta talk about the kind of people who live here in this zone. There's something about them that just, strikes me as curious, that's all. Is that our map? There's sex with other tales. This is reminding me of how the J.R.R. Tolkien Tom Bombadil poetry book begins with a fictional in-universe, like, modern scholarly academic analysis of Tom Bombadil's poetry. This money, what am I going to be spending it on? Yeah, so the last elf fairy person we talked to was 3 bald heads sticking out of a shoe. This is 1 bald head with funny ears walking on top of a pair of hooves with a tail.
Judero. 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 Judero.
Okay,
Judero.
a cauldron that always refills his water. I remember a pretty big water pathway branching
Judero.
out of here. A stone that screams when one worthy to be king stands on it. Earth. Is this a ironic, poetic reference to how one of the elementals was locked behind a little spider ant hole that you had to turn into a tiny, not very kingly creature to open up?
Judero.
A spear that always finds its target. Air.
Judero.
A sword that kills those it is drawn against fire.
Judero.
I'm wondering what the caterpillar eating an apple is supposed to represent. We're playing a mythology game about a very poetic, borderline nonsensical story that starts to come together when you mine it for metaphors and hidden meanings. And I think one of those is coming out here. Can keep a moderately lengthy little chain of fireballs bouncing down the lane. This is a lot of quicksand I'm gonna have to dash across. It's not that bad. More than 2 trips. Why did Judero start sinking, though? Judero's possession Ghost Man. Can I cover some distance here? Fill out the gap later. I have no health. Maybe think before getting the elemental essence here, I should investigate any potential optional areas for a health refill. Or is this just the shortcut back to... Yes, it is. I think I'm gonna say that this one might be liquid, or rather water. There's a lot of ice here, there's some kind of moving... Not entirely sure what fluid it is, but there's some kind of moving fluids here in this fluid zone. I also can't help but notice that the faces of the people who live in Elfland or Fairyland or whatever it's called, they look like King of the Hill characters. Yale! Somewhat represent fire. Cultural analysis. Okay, so this is a pattern. All of the residents of this higher realm fairyland elfland type situation are into analyzing the mythology happening below. And they're including Zelda in here. What age does Link get the Master Sword? For whom to save? Link gets the Master Sword when he's like a kid coming into age to save a girl who he doesn't really know what he's doing anything with until later on you come of age. This is great. What a video game. I think I also got a health and mana refill from learning about mythology. Hey, Ice Cream V, how does a refreshing cold swig of Beepus compare to Grunk? Wait, is this a reference to that drink that the kids find in holes? Did you guys ever watch or read the thrilling children's book modern classic Holes, where the kids go on an adventure through the desert and find some popular soft drink beverage that was locked up in unsold crates or something, and anyways. So I just picked up some recovery hearts while my hair was on fire on its way to killing me. That was pretty great. We still have one more element left, but there are only 3 pathways out of the village. So what do we got?
Judero.
A cauldron that always refills water. So there was some kind of elemental key hidden behind a whole lot of liquids in a snowy zone. A stone that screams when one worthy to be king stands on it. Earth. There was an elemental essence that was like buried. Oh no, it was hidden on top of a tree, but you had to go down into the earth to get it.
Judero.
A spear that always finds its target. Air. What could that be? I don't know.
Judero.
A sword that kills those it is drawn against. Fire. That kind of sounds like a mouth with the tongue that will always eat the thing you draw against it.
Judero.
So I'm thinking that the essence of the fire treasure was the caterpillar eating the apple. Water was the big long water gauntlet puzzle. Earth was the turn into a tiny little bug puzzle. And this is the caterpillar zone. Anything to the upper left I missed? I must have missed something. My next destination is not glaringly obvious.
I'm yet to find true love, but at least I've made some mortal enemies.
I feel you, brother. Also, yeah, now that we've, like, got our mind's eye calibrated to what we need to be seeing, this is a phenomenally pretty image. Boss battle castles in the background. The gate with the pathway there, like a reminder of your objective, is somewhere in between the background and foreground. And, the colors of the background are washed out and kind of muted. You got a brown gray and then the white gray of the snow filtered behind some depth of field. In the foreground are very harshly contrasting tones, a gold, a yellow, a green, and then this weird guy. But something about the way the lighting is casted on him and how the sun in the background kind of blooms it out, and how Judero is placed behind him. It just looks like an accidentally beautiful image.
I'm yet to find true love.
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to hit him with my always turned on fireball. Oh, hey! This might be all I need to investigate to figure out how to play the video game. See you later, fuckers. I'm out of here. I'm not sticking around. Wait, was that a camera changer? Oh my god! Okay, no, that's not a camera changer. That refills your magic. Oops. Oops, I pressed the wrong button. a gargoyle pick it up? No, no it cannot. Okay, so I bet what I have to do is make cover with the gargoyles. Like, step him right in front of one of these wizard guys. Or two, even better. Yeah, look at that, I have a pathway through now. One Mississippi, two Mississippi. Let's nudge Judero back into the magic circle spot. Okay, this is fire, for sure. This is the fire zone. So the fire zone is this gargoyle wizard environmental puzzle. The water zone was the fire sprite peat bog zone. The earth zone was the little spider hole. So the air zone was the caterpillar eating the apple? That was supposed to metaphorically represent elemental powers of wind or air? I think they might not have quite as strong a correlation there as they might be hoping, or maybe there's an interesting interpretation I still have yet to ponder on. Leaves it on salt mode. Impossibly fertile and fecund womb, overwhelming sexual implosion. I don't know, it seems not too terribly complicated to feel some kind of imperative to teach the kids that too much of a good thing can be a bad thing. The objective and environment could represent different elements, I suppose. Okay, so... Oh, do we have a 90-degree turn to the left in the road here? Yes, we do. Caterpillar, apple, air. A bit of a gauntlet of wizards on your way to get there, but... Between the caterpillar and the apple and the wizard gauntlet, the village of feral wizards. Which element of that soup represents air? Accidentally setting my friends on fire with my wonderful new mystical device. Can I just make 2 gargoyles? Call it a day? Yes, I can. Nice. get to a bestiary town at some point, right? Let's see what happens if I go backwards. I can't. I was teleported here. I pole danced my way up into the sky to get here. There's no going back. What was I thinking? Oh, look at how good that looks. Look at how good this weird, ugly, dead animal hair tree igloo village looks.
What is the most blessed?
So there's this beautiful heavenly village that exists in the clouds that Judero had to pole dance his way up into the sky to reach, is full of these, like, philological mythology analysts. And let's go through the metaphors again one more time. Bring it
Judero.
up from the top, buddy.
Judero.
A cauldron that always refills water. So what did we learn there? We learned that the environment is quite watery because it's like a liquid, and you're constantly refilling it with solids by setting it on fire to walk across it.
Judero.
A stone that screams when one worthy to be king stands on it. Earth. Okay, there was a puzzle literally seconds ago where we had to stand on stones that make noises when particularly big, impressive creatures are on them. So, is the earth elemental the golem puzzle? The gargoyle puzzle? I don't know, probably not.
Judero.
A spear that always finds its target. Air. Okay, now that one I am still up in the air about. However, I don't know what else it could be. By process of narrowing things down through elimination, I guess it would be
Judero.
The caterpillar eating. Maybe the caterpillar eating an apple represents air, because where there once the caterpillar is creating new air by subtracting the apple from the universe. Oh no! So these were like hinted earlier. These guys with the faces in their chests are characters that show up in a lot of medieval artwork.
My friend asked me if I could help him get into microdosing hallucinogenic mushrooms.
Of course! Of course! At some point in Judero, drugs for sure get mentioned. Good lord, look at this. This is so weird and wonderful and horrible. You just like ever look at an image with your eyeballs and wonder how in the world you are made out of the same bio-gunk as your grandfather from World War II, who would have seen something like this and immediately had a mental stoppage from the bizarre coherency of what they were seeing. Because it makes a kind of sense. It does make a kind of sense. The old repurposed action figure slash modeling figurine with putty clay all over it is mad, but there is a method to the madness here.
I told him I didn't have the first clue about that sort of thing. However, I was overjoyed he asked me, because now I could bring it up in polite company.
Ha!
Did you know Daz is thinking about getting into magic mushrooms? Did you know Daz is thinking...
I was scared to leave her alone in my house, even after courting for 5 fine months. That I would go out, say, "Kiri!" No, she would be by herself in my house. I was worried she'd go searching, looking in boxes and cupboards, rifling through linen drawers. It wasn't that she would find something. It was that she would find nothing.
Pick up your pace. Better be wary, better be wary.
Here am I, secretless and dull, no grime nor shadow. So as to prevent her disappointment, I locked the door to an empty side room and told her that she could rummage and seek and do as she pleased, but she must never go through that door. She left me a week later. She left me a week later. She left me a week later.
Oh my god. So in order to be a more interesting NPC, he tried something that ruined the relationship. Oh, look at you. Smargdus. Damn.
Far from a fierce face in a human's place. Ducky, pick up your pace. Better be wary, better be wary. Seeming so keen and kind. Don't leave your wits behind. Or act too late to find.
This time I'm listening to the lyrics. Look at this guy in the background.
Here and there are guards. They've caught and are guarding a conniving Leonanshi. These guards will kill you on sight. Avoid them at all costs. You hear? Here and there are guards. They've caught and are guarding a conniving Leonanshi. These guards will kill you on sight. Avoid them at all costs. You hear?
Yeah. Oh, finally, fast travel, but I don't even know if I want to. I'm enjoying the vibes of this place so much.
They of the Quick call me the devil himself. The parish says I killed a boy and a man. They say I tore through service as thunder clapped and rolled. Now, when they see me, they think of death and their trespasses and what that might mean. I didn't kill that boy. I never disturbed the service, with storm or without. That's all fairy tale. But am I the devil? We function the same. I am no devil, nor his kith. I am one of the sons of Baled, descendants of the Faina clan. My father Einach failed. Like many men these days like to go wolfing, to move in a wolf's likeness, to be in wolf shapes. Despite the stories, we never devoured any person, but the wolfing doth devour. Despite the stories.
I was just berated by a group of rough teenagers. They said my art was
This is so more double entendre of the avant-garde.
I was just berated by a group of rough teenagers. They said my art was a
sophomoric double entendre of the avant-garde.
What is my fireball hitting? Is it the wall or the water?
The glass mountain is weaving evil through the world. The sea of consciousness is drying up, you see. The conflicts sown enrich the sea of consciousness. It is not evil. It is not just. The morals of this land are simply unknowable to you. The glass mountain is weaving it is not.
I almost want to play this again and read everything the second time through. Because of how dense the writing is. I'm smart enough to understand it. You ever have a moment of clarity that's that you're still too fucked up to appreciate? My gosh. Mouse or worm first? Or snake?
Judero. Judero.
Did you guys hear the mouse click at the end of the audio file? I think, are these like Kickstarter backers?
Judero. Judero.
It's got my posture.
Judero.
Judero.
I'm in love with this place. Yes, bestiary, thank you. A dream of apes means wildness, unboundedness, and a need for uncertainty to end. That's describing Judero, not the ape. Judero, the ape, was always heavily implied to be a mental construction instead of a material creature. So if he's dreaming an ape, then that means that during that segment where you're sailing the sea, you're especially wild and unbound, and you need to find where to go. You have a need for uncertainty to end. Tales of the king of beasts, the Hydra, the king of snakes is offended, carries off girls and devastates the country. The magically conceived hero is advised by a maiden and given an aspen cane with which he defeats the king of snakes, who is now a dragon. Many tales about periodically sacrificing a human to a serpent. Many tales of self-returning heads and breathing of fire. The king of beasts is seen as symbolic of overbearing parenting. Oh, and look at the art they gave the poor little wizard guy. The wizard has taught himself the morallessness of the elves. He is, however, in a relationship with these morals. He has explained and excused the outcomes of his magic, particularly if they are negative. Is there anything significant about the justification of the text here? Because if we're doing poetry, that stuff's important. Like, if this were a book of poetry, there would be some kind of meaning to glean from how the description of this creature is justified on the right, and some are not. The Glass Mountain is a near impossible yet surmountable challenge. The sensation of triumph after ascending the Glass Mountain is said to be a realm of heaven. In truth, there are many glass mountains in life, but the clearest is the pursuit of true love. Being so deliberate about leaning into the metaphorical nature of mythology means that there is no... I'm not really feeling any kind of setback about the main quest not being particularly coherent or immediately readable on this first playthrough, because I've been joking about how they've been coming up with one of the most basic of simple of excuses for you to go on a generic hero's journey quest, and now at the end, when things are wrapping up, they're saying that, oh, that thing you were after at the end of your heroic quest can really just be a metaphor for all sorts of problems of real-life bullshit you want to apply the story to. Hello, Eddie. Hello. That even some interior scenes like that look really good.
The abominable queen is in a cell on the topmost floor. We must protect her with all we can muster. Orders from the Glass Mountain are to kill any creature that comes our way, no matter how pure of spirit.
Yes, Captain.
Knights. Oh my god. 999,000. So, this is a stealth sequence, I bet. There was a guy outside talking like I might have to get stealthy or something. Oh, I bet I could possess someone or something? Nope. What is this? Is that a plunger? Why would they construct their house this way? To thicken the plot. really fast, too. Oh, I gotta do it again. Oh! Judero got killed while, piloting the drone. That was it. Okay. How many of these we gotta do, buddy? Just gonna nope back around to the left briefly. splash damage, it looks like. Yeah! Now that is a fine walk cycle. How am I ever gonna get through the spider web with my giant bladed weapon? The unfortunate shallowness of this enemy possession gameplay is coming to hurt it for this section pretty badly, unfortunately. It's been a while since I've talked to an interesting little guy. Being able to generate any of these monsters that I can possess by just taking my phone out of my pocket and pressing a button feels a little overpowering as well, making these areas not too terribly interesting to go through. There's also too many of these save points. It's cutting off the good music I want to hear. So when the gargoyle tells you that they have structural integrity, I didn't know that that would be a foreshadowing for an actual puzzle. Come on, that can't be it, right? There's got to be more to it than that, right? Looks like it just opened up a dungeon, but possibly, potentially, a hiding spot as well. Wait, if I hit myself with my own fireball, he'll go really fast. Okay, now how do I... Is this not the intended way to solve the puzzle? Yeah, Dave Rock, I apologize, but that might be digging too deep. I think the point right now might be that as so often happens in so many games, the game developer did not find it as did not find it as easy to polish up the later sections of a game compared to the earlier. And I'm out of mana as well. Okay. Yeah, this is the one part of the game that's kind of felt like filler so far. Eddie, hello. There we go. Now we're moving. Yeah! Come on, all the way over here, buddy. Judero. Judero. No, stop.
Judero, once again you have saved me.
Right, okay. Mab's in here? So what happens if we do not fail with Mab on that shmup segment? I want to play it again and see what
The
happens.
Glass Mountain has spun an aberrant scheme. All this conflict has come from his enchantments. The sea of our collective consciousness has been drying up for a long time now.
Wait, is that why everything in Judero's world is so weird?
The Glass Mountain has showered the lands with quarrels so that our consciousness might deepen. It has all been to
Thicken the plot, yes! It's like, it's so very self-aware of how Judero has never really needed a very particularly powerful motivation for any of this.
Come, let us ascend the Glass Mountain and stop his incantations. The time has come to ascend the Glass Mountain and stop his incantations. I can fly thee to the foot of the mountain if you have no more dealings to be trifled with.
I am not yet ready.
Very well.
Cool Town, Green Palace. Yeah, this whole plot got mentioned once with the witch, and then wasn't mentioned again until like 30 minutes ago. I think it's been, alluded to? It's popped up in the bestiary pages. Oh, I don't think I need to do any more backtracking. Wait, yes. No, there was... Oh, I don't need to see what that is. There was one hidden minigame I think I might have missed out here, in the boat zone, but... I've done like 4 of those at this point and pretty much know for sure that there's not going to be something super interesting in there. Let's just get a bestiary page opened and then pee and then get back to finishing the game. I'll be right back. I gotta pee. Bestiary, and then go to Glass Mountain. No other distractions. Okay, so something like the King of Beasts is probably coming up. product of overbearing parenting. There are many glass mountains in life, but the clearest is the pursuit of true love.
Sally, who's younger than I am, had so many sweethearts, she had to deny them.
The time has come to ascend the glass mountain. I can fly thee to the foot of the mountain if you have no more feelings to be trifled with.
I am ready.
Let us fly.
Oh, I'm controlling this.
The top of all in silver, she was cellars and horses. Many nights had tumbled back down, many sometimes an window watching, globe a flocking, heaps of riders under princesses' eye. Many men groaning, many limbs winding, wounded, mounted, what a mess our neighborhood.
And so we arrive, and once again we must part. I love you, Judero. Be wary, lest misadventure befalls ye.
Goodbye, Mab.
Judero,
Mab?
I hope we meet again one day, Judero.
We will. Of that I am certain.
Without a stumble, novelty, he was lucky. Trod on glass like the grass, yet he can. He was not saved by the great glass mountain. Birds like dry peas in his arms. Sad as it may appear, scary as it is to hear, we are bound for her. Parents speak of castle apex. Schoolboy Mary may try his tiny hand to spite the fat clouds. Feet are tearing.
What is the money for right now?
Staring into the abyss above. All the men whose mortal sin it was just to be daring. Ragged hands failing me. All this fright makes me want sleep. Slumber sweetly as the apple tree frees its eager
Thunder and lightning. Abracadabra. Thunder and lightning. Thunder and lightning. Zim zata. Thunder zata. Lightning. Thunder and lightning. Zim zata. Thunder and lightning. Zim zam zata. Lightning. Thunder and lightning. Thunder and lightning.
Heaps of riders under princesses' eyes. Many men groaning, many limbs winding. Wounded, mounted, what a mess our neighborhood. Such a shame. 3 more days we must wait.
What is this? A dragon or something?
Climb without a stumble. Flew fire out of his hooves and trod on glass like the grass. Yet he was not saved by the great glass mountain. Birds like dry peas in his arms. Sad they appear, so scary as it is to hear, so Parents speak of Castle Apex. Schoolboy Mary may try his tiny hand to spiteful fat clouds. Feet are tearing. Oh, I should have stayed home.
Thunder and lightning.
Staring into the abyss above. All the men whose mortal sin it was just to be daring. Ragged hands failing me. All this fright makes me want sleep. Slumber sweetly as the apple tree frees its eagle to flutter meanly. Flutter free, hither, thither carrying. Foul, I wish to marry him. Pray for sunshine on my day.
Uh-oh. Oh, those were its arms? Whoa.
Whistle, whistle. the top of forever, we are sailors and horses. We may stumble, we may slip, but we have really no
Okay, so I think I gotta hide behind something.
at the top of old silver, she was sellers and horses. Many nights had tumbled back down, then sometimes another.
Gosh, look at that perspective.
Window watching, globe a flocking, heaps of riders
You can still tell where you're hidden by the dithering.
many men groaning.
I don't know. I don't know if I'm okay. I am dead and possessing other creatures now that my mortal body is nothing but a now that my mortal body is nothing but a spirit floating through the wind.
so the mountain weaved a different spell, something more intricate than conflict. Instead of dissension, there was coherence and consistency. Judero replaced the complicated textures of tension with the deeper qualities of reconciliation. Very soon the sea of consciousness was brimming with meaning again, and all was forgiven. Those that witnessed the change lived out the rest of their lives in peace and happiness, steady in the mountain song.
Okay, so how do we get to a plain English interpretation of what just happened?
You may know of Jean, the lady, and of her love, a William. Sought this royalty, this distance, they thought and hatched a plan. For it is well known the border must keep both their bloods apart. Scotland must be pure, England must
Hey, are
be
we gonna get
pure,
some
and such other rot and
visual reference of the
hogwash.
reading list?
Like her father said, young Jeannie, at your own risk cross the line. Do so freely, but you'll no longer be any daughter of mine. So she dressed as death, and William met her with gauze hog on hand.
Oh.
Sprang right up did she, and free.
The camera noises are even coming through.
They wed,
You can hear him touching the camera.
happy were. I had
There's a conscious
my
decision
love
being made for the
to
music to be
a
very
Walter,
high value,
and a
production
grumpy
value, but less so with the video. Yeah, you could just, you can hear him tapping, you can hear the plastic sliding around or something.
couldn't be a bride, so I planned to copy Jeannie. As a corpse I was so fetching, and my coffin stole the sun. I waited for days, but to my dismay, never showed up did my Walter.
Felix Frankenberger is quite a name. So it was a hand puppet. The glass mountain Okay, so whenever I talk about video games, a lot of people get mad that I am incorporating too much of the real world in my readings, but with this it seems like they are inviting it. So the Glass Mountain was a hand puppet that had a little mask put on it on top. And it's supposed to represent any kind of deep psychological struggles one must deal with life, like finding true love. And that can also just as well be a metaphor for finding artistic fulfillment. And being creative and productive and procreative, if you will, by making things that your mind is pregnant with that then come out into the world through a grueling, painful process. Okay, so the Glass Mountain can be a metaphor for the project. Yeah, the Glass Mountain's the metaphor for a project, an artistic project. Finding true love / finding a point of the art. Frequent topic of discussion. It's probably going to be coming up over the rest of our lives, is just how difficult it is for these things to be finding an audience from here on out, and what the ultimate point really is going to be when profit and livability are in more questions. Because I've also heard that game developers have struggled to find an audience with this, and yet it was good. It was really, 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 really good. So anyways, during the ending sequence, right, the weird shit that was happening during the ending sequence, the Glass Mountain, who is a humanoid, who represents struggles and strife and quests and meanings, quests for meanings that you can metaphorically stamp any deep real-world problems onto, is represented as a humanoid figure who in real life was a hand puppet with a humanoid mask on top. Skimming Wikipedia, it's about a princess trapped on a glass mountain. All the knights and kings couldn't climb it. The plasticky, homemade, shoestring budget physicality of Judero is an important element of the narrative experience of playing through Judero and coming up with a way that it can make sense on your head, because of how there were characters in the game openly inviting you to make a metaphorical comparisons between everything going on, which true to what was happening in the fairy elf village towards the end or whatever, the stuff they were saying in the game does sound an awful lot like what you will hear real classicist experts say when talking about mythology. And so by making a video game version of that kind of experience of reading a really dense academic non-fiction book about the fairy tales and mythology and fiction is where a dualistic narrative arises that is a very important part of reading and understanding mythology. Like when you're reading Homer and such, when you're reading Homer, you are meant to read it kind of like a stage play. There's a set of words on the page that you can read like prose if you want, but the real way to do it is to perform it orally in front of an audience, right? So when you're reading it with your eyeballs silently, there's almost a dual narrative going on in your head, where some scenes of your visualization are going to be montaging, flashing cuts into a montage of a performer on a stage saying those words, working the audience reacting to those words, in addition to whatever's going on in the fiction of the story. So having the artificiality of Judero's world and characters and reality being the brainchild of a struggling artist behind the scenes who as some degree of disillusion coming through the end product is ultimately why. Ultimately, I don't know, that's still not a plain English enough explanation, but hopefully a plain English enough explanation to get the people watching this much to understand why this was resonating so hard with me. As a hand-painted, handmade, $0 budget action figure game about how playing with action figures as a kid, slapping action figures together, is a lot like video games. And it's also a lot like the ancient mythological storytelling traditions that seem innately human. That a child can come out of the womb and within a few years they'll be doing this stuff. That's Judero. Thank you. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for embarking on this Judero adventure with me. I might play through it again at some point soon, but to get a second read on everything, because with something like... with things that are this consciously dense and weird, it's that's part of the replay value. But I think I will do it silently, in my own time, when maybe I have a friend watching, or a head full of thoughts that I can ruminate on in my own silence. But until then... Please engage. Post your thoughts. If not for the cynical commercial social media engagement, then at least for like a participation in the actual art and culture that we're supposed to be indulging with here with Judero. This was great. This was an simultaneously an aggressively unorthodox approach to visuals. I want to start using the brows to refer to what's going on here. This was an aggressively highbrow in its ambitions and endeavors experience, made with aggressively, grotesquely lowbrow aesthetics. Everyone is ugly, but they're so... I don't know, I was about to say that everyone has a beautiful soul, but no, there are a lot of characters in the game who certainly don't. The designer who does. Yeah. Okay, yeah, I'll say that that's a plain English enough explanation of, without having to go into the weeds of explaining why Judero is art, and why we're participating in art and culture by getting quiet and trying to think about this stuff, and then think about the thinking it makes us do. Maybe just saying that Judero is a fantastic example of why games are art can be an easy enough elevator pitch for Grandma when you only have 2 minutes to explain the appeal of Judero. If you only have 2 minutes to explain the appeal of Judero, then you might as well just say that the game is designed to be one of those artsy-fartsy indie art games, but also one that is taking its questions and its goals with enough earnestness and learned respect for its source material that it can actually pull it off. There is an extremely mature, extremely adult interpretation of a childhood activity going on in this game, down to the bone, that you can see happening at the main menu and then in the ending sequence, and hinted through aggressively, grotesquely, over and over again throughout the actual fiction of the game as you go through. That's fucking great. Yeah, Judero, hell yeah, Judero. Was Judero anyone else's Game of the Year 2024? Because not only do I not know if I have been enjoying games as much in general, or if the whole medium is just going to be slowing down after some period of creative bankruptcy regarding the technology and controllers just reaching a peak that does not seem to be surpassable soon. At least we have experiences like Judero to go through. Yeah, it's a game that desperately wants you to see the... Oh my word, I just accidentally closed every window on the screen. It desperately wants you to see the humanity in every part of it. The art, the writing, the sound effects all center the human process of creation and communication. Yeah, that sounds way like a cleaner, easier, plain English explanation. Yeah, you aggressively, it's in your face how handmade and rustic everything is. And so after getting used to it for about an hour, you're putting yourself in the headspace of an artist who is going to be looking at this aggressively grotesque rustic things and seeing a greater meaning of it. With video games, you have to engage so many of your sensory apparatuses into a place that has been calibrated by the artist that we can engage those processes in a slightly different way. Yeah. Judero. Everyone needs to scream at the internet about how good of a game Judero is. Because not enough people are doing it. Please scream at the internet about how good Judero is if you've been watching this and getting something out of it. It's the kind of project that deserves to be compensated for sure. That much is probably just about the easiest thing to say about Judero. We got to come up with something better than the PC Gamer headline, though. What was it? There's weird indie games, and then there's Judero. People in the chat have been talking about how it's not that weird. You just got to get used to looking at it with your eyeballs and reading at it with your brain. And a lot of the classicisms of good old Zelda-style video game adventure and come out elegantly and cleanly. It's wonderful.